we're back with another episode of Stock Dads TV. Tuesday morning for us here, and Aaron's going to break things down today with our morning breakdown as always. Aaron, go ahead. I'll let you dive right into it.
Good morning, everybody. How we doing? Morning, Mike. Mr. Wilf, good morning. How we doing, guys? I always see that Will Ferrell thing come up. I don't know if you guys see that or not.
Yeah, Frank was on one day, and I added that the Frank the Tank
Tank
button, and then I have one of the settings off, so it always pops up first, and I haven't switched it yet.
I don't mind it.
Me either. It's good. It's a good morning pump up.
Exactly. Laura, good morning. Dario, good morning. How we doing, guys? Everybody good? Everybody have a good evening. Give everybody a second to get on here. All right, exciting times. Our markets are very buoyant. Very buoyant. Spilled water on myself. All right. Amanda, good morning. Just waiting here. No, we're not, Mike. We're not that far from all-time highs. Isn't that crazy with everything going on? Yep, our all-time highs are at, what are they at? 70.43. And we're at 69.43. Or 69.41. So about 100 points. Yeah, we're only 100 points from all-time highs. Isn't that something? It's crazy. Crazy. That's right, Edward Niner. Yes, Ed called it. I've got the receipts. For Ed. When that happens, Ed, I'll be spamming that. And I won't include your name. I'll just say unanimous source called this about 3 weeks ago. Yep. Very good. I bet your call leaps are up. Well, thank you, Jim Bob. I hope your flowers have bloomed and birds are chirping for you as well. Good morning, Miss Tamika. Yep, almost picture perfect pullback. Yep, we just nailed the extension. Bang, boom. There we go. Yep, VIX is being perfect. Kind of nice. Morning, RC. Morning, Ethan. Excuse me, Idris. Good morning. Okay, let's get started, guys. So, news. Okay. So here at 8:30, we do have PPI. This is a big deal. This is an inflation print. Okay. So that's something we definitely have to pay attention to. All right. So we'll be on the call here, 8:30. And then really nothing. Look at this out, or look at the amount of Fed speakers today. 9:45, 10:15, 12:10, 12:45. What? Just lost my screen. 1 o'clock. I really got to get this fixed. 1 second, guys. All right. Well, there we go. 1 o'clock. Whole mess up at 1 o'clock. So all day, pretty much. Now, I don't know if this is going to actually move us around too much, but packing them in. Going into the rest of the week, things are pretty quiet, right? On Wednesday, nothing. Thursday, we have our normal unemployment claims. I don't know why this isn't red. This should be red. Should be blinking red. Philly Fed. And that's pretty much it, right? Like as far as major news events. So nothing too crazy rest of the week. We got Beige Book. This used to be, I still don't know why that's not. I assume that's yellow. This used to be red. Like when I started trading, Beige Book was a big deal. Not a big deal so much anymore. Crude oil inventory is obviously on Wednesday. All right, but there we go. So this is like our biggest news event of the week right here at 8:30. All right, so that is it. Going into our Tuesday. All right, morning, Omar. If you have swings open and the world ends, will they cash out? I really don't know. I haven't come across that. Right, but always remember if you're in crude oil futures or cattle futures or anything like that, and you let those are commodities. So if you let those expire, you're expected to take delivery of barrels of oil or cattle. Just so you know. So just do make sure you're being responsible, and some guy doesn't show up with a big trailer full of cattle at your front door saying, "Hey, where you want these?" Right? So anyway, um, all right. You do love burgers, yep. Can't get much more farm to table than that, right? Just take the cow out of the backyard and toss them on the grill. There you go, Ed. All right, we need to move on before I go sideways. Okay. All right, so there's news. All right, moving on. There we go. Okay. Starting off with the VIX. So today is the last day of the current contract. Okay, remember the VIX has month-long contracts. So we're going to look at K. K is in, I think it's kilo. K is kilo. Right? I think we talked about that yesterday. I think kilo is right. Okay. Anyway, so we're looking at the specific K contract. All right. Now we're still in these extension shorts from our lows on April 1st. All right. Remember, we had these pullbacks here. We actually had two of them. Number one, number two, and here's the third that we gapped into overnight, Sunday night, Monday, at our reopen. Well, that target's been hit, and that hit fast. All right. Sunday night, Monday, and then we hit at 3 a.m. at European Open on Tuesday. That's crazy fast, right? But guess what? We've gone to and through the target. Isn't that just something? Okay. So there is this extension of an extension. All right, from our lows on April 10th. And I should say, remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index, right? This runs inverse. So VIX down, indices up, indices down. This leads, okay? So this is what we're going to watch going into the morning. So our new extension short, okay, has a line in the sand, 2071. Sure, I got it drawn right. Yeah, 2071 to 75 at a tick, 80. So 2080s and below, okay, we're still in this extension short. All right, if we break the 80s, what's that mean? Well, it means the VIX is making a larger squeeze, and it's going to squeeze back into those April 1st lows to lows. All right, that would be way up here. So you can see if this extension short breaks, we're making a much larger pullback. You like that third option played out from yesterday? What was the oh, straight down? What was that? Straight down? VIX melt. That's what I assume that was. Good morning, Nate. Yep, straight down. We could make a squeeze, or there's always the third option. We could go straight down. Yeah, so there's that option today too, guys. We could just continue to melt. Right? That's always out. That's always lurking out there. So if we do start a pullback, yeah, that's right. I did talk to. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yep, absolutely. I didn't count on the third option actually happening where the VIX just collapses, but hey, never know, right? That was the last of what I thought was possible, but it shows you how much I know, right? Just do what price says. So if we do make this squeeze today, right, we'll see the indices make a little pullback, and the indices have this as well. I'll show you that on the indices. The indices have this extension short. There you go, Ed. If we, make this squeeze, indices will make pullbacks, and then we roll over from that extension. We got targets down at 1994. That was a heck of a year. All right, but if we do break, right, for some reason, and we break those 80s, just know there's going to be pullback longs more than likely on the VIX, and we're going to make a much larger squeeze, much larger pullback on the indices. Okay, so are we going to get a turnaround Tuesday? I don't know. We will see. All right, Ed, please don't run with that like you ran with it last time. Anyway, so remember Tuesday 10 a.m. is when our real participation in the market, the real week on the markets kicks in at 10 a.m. on Tuesdays. All right, anchor on the extension short. There's the April 1st, Amanda, that we've been using. Remember, we're on the K contract now. That's what we're going to look at for now. We've got that April 1st, but then remember that April 1st, that was here, and that traded, and now we've gone to and through that April 1st to lows target. So it's right there, 2105 on the K contract. All right. Got it. Hopefully. So those are the two that we're looking at. All right. Okay. If you got questions, ask Amanda, but I assume you got it. Okay, got it. Cool. All right. So there we go. Okay, moving on to bank. Okay, bank has been awesome, right? This is financial strength in our markets. Remember, when bank is rising, that's the name of the ticker, BANK. It's just an index. When bank is rising, that's a tailwind for the indices. Bank is falling, that's a headwind. All right, well, coming out of these extension longs from April 1st, okay, to our highs on the 9th right there, then here is the little series that we're in. And bank's being really cool. Good job, bank. All right, there was our first pullback right there. Blew through the target. Highs to highs, bang. Look at bank being all technical. All right, so now we'll see where we open, right? What direction we get moving here. Could there be a new highs to highs? Absolutely, there could be, but we have no idea that's there yet, and we haven't even opened yet. So we'll see, right? If we open up and start to peel back, right, we've got that, and then of course we have our halfway back, right? Again, remember, this is just an index. It doesn't have to be perfect. Sometimes it likes to show off like it just did on that little series right there, but most of the time it doesn't have to be exact. Okay, so there we go. We'll see where we open, what direction we get moving. The camel, wow, Nate, I see it. I see it. Do you guys see it? That's a new one. The camel pattern, the very rare camel pattern. Do you guys see it? There's hump. Yeah. Yeah. Tamika, do you see that? We've got the Loch Ness Monster. I think we had the horse or donkey pattern. I forget which one that was. And then now we've got the very, very rare camel pattern. Yep, very good. Good job, Nate. Good job out of you. You're on fire this morning, Nate. Up and at 'em, ready to go. All right. These are so a joke. If anyone's new, these patterns don't exist in real life, just here. So if you're new, and no, they just exist here. Yeah. All right. Yes, and then we do have sneaky snakes too. All right, so there we go. So we'll see where bank opens up and what direction we get moving. Yes, that's the disclaimer for anyone new. These aren't real. These aren't real stock chart patterns. They just exist here. All right. Okay, so here's the ES, right? So here's that extension long from April 1st. Thank you, Edward. Thank you, Edward. They always will be there. Yes. April 1st, highs to highs. There's the extension short. There's the extension long on the ES. Okay, perfect. Right. Sunday night, Monday dropped right into that straight up from 770 to 940. What's that? 170 points. My math is correct. Around 170 points straight up since our Sunday night, Monday. Isn't that something? Okay, so now we're at a target. All right, we have hit that target. So we're going to draw the same extension of extension that we have on the VIX. Whoa. Oh, 8:30. Let's see what we got here. Ed, are you sniping people right now? Let's see where we came in. Forecast 0.4, came in at 0.1. Month over month, 1.1 came in at 0.5. So we'll see how that's going to affect. That's a big beat. Wow. Okay. Jeez. Well, expect a revised forecast coming in. If we beat by that much, yeah, expect a revise. I love how you can do that. You can be so far off, and then when it actually comes out, then you can come back out and say, no, we're revising it. We meant it would be this. Anyway, just comical. But wow. Okay. So we'll see what that does. All right. We'll see how the market responds to that. All right. Let me find you guys. There you are. Okay. All right. Very good, RC. Breaking video just came out. How I trade the camel $6,000 in 3 minutes a day. Yep. All right. Very obscure. The very obscure camel. Is that a dromedary? What's the one? Oh God, here we go. What is that? The one hump one, or is the dromedary? I don't know. I gotta focus on what I'm doing here. Okay, so there's that April 1st extension long. Okay, now we've hit to and through that target. So this is the same extension that we're watching on the VIX. All right, right there. Okay, so that's from 7:45. 9 o'clock on Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern on Friday. All right, there we go. All right. So this is what we're equating with this. Okay. Now, if the VIX would continue to just melt down and the indices would just continue to grind higher, we're just going to continue to trail from that low. Okay. As we make new lows. Because that's all we know right now. Right. Get up there. Get. All right, there we go. Okay, so there we go. All right, so that's what we're looking at. That's equating with that VIX. Now, where's this put us in relation to the gap fill? Well, we can still fill the gap, right? We can absolutely fill the gap and be in this extension long, continuation of the trend. Okay, so here's the gap fill, 91.25 or 921.25. Okay, there's 10 points away, there's 20 points away. We're flirting with that 20 points away. So you can see it's lining up nicely. If the VIX does at least stop going down and start to squeeze at all, right, then that is going to lead us in the direction of the fill. Okay. And if we're within those 20 points at 9:30, then, we've got about a 70% chance of that gap filling. All right. Now, if we open outside of these 20 this morning, guys, up in here, just be careful, right? Targeting that full fill, because you could see a scenario where we'd make a shallow pullback, maybe fill the half and just lift off. Okay. All right. 1 second here, guys. I got to fix it. All right, all good. I got a date with Best Buy. That's all there is to it. Okay. All right. Any questions? Any questions on where we are? Because the rest of the indices are just going to kind of fall in line with this. Yes, Amanda, if you could do a video, please, on the very rare camel pattern. It's the one that Wall Street uses. Wall Street uses the camel and the Loch Ness monster patterns that they don't tell us about. All right. Okay, everybody good? All right, because like I said, the other indices are just going to kind of fall in line here. Okay. All right. So there's the ES. NASDAQ, same thing. Look at that. Just rip off that April 1st. Okay, highs to highs, bang, boom. There we go, through the target. So we're going to use this Friday highs to highs because that's what everybody else is using and wants to be part of the cool kids group. All right, so there we go. So there you are on the NASDAQ. So there's our pullbacks, guys. There's our pullbacks on all of these. All right, as long as the VIX squeezes. Again, option 3, that's what we're going to start calling it, Nate. Option 3, it melts. Right? Option 3, we open up and just catch a bid right at the open, VIX melts. Right? So if not, again, any sort of squeeze, remember the indices are going to move further, farther, faster than the VIX does. So any sort of squeeze, right, you can see these guys fall into those support levels. ES, NASDAQ. Okay. And then this would be, as long as they hold, that would be the continuation of the trend. Okay. I guess I should say, if we do make this pullback and we don't hold, and you zoom out and you look at how ugly that would be if we don't hold that extension long. Look where we are. Long series of longs breaks. That's not very pretty. That is not a good look for the ES if we don't keep going up in these extensions. Okay. All right. Moving on to the YM and the Russells. All right, here's the YM. All right, it's a little bit different. That long broke. Okay. But if you look at it just during trading hours, it didn't. Okay. Here's 9:30. There's the actual open on Monday. So trading hours only, it didn't break. And again, this is what the VIX is using. It's what the ES is using. It's what the NASDAQ is using. So we're going to just consider that a little sloppy because obviously it didn't matter because the short didn't hold from highs. So, but what we're going to watch here on the YM, okay, it's a little bit different. There's a little pullback from lows right here. All right, right there. You guys can see that. All right, there's our little pullback from lows. Okay, and then we're just going to go highs to highs. All right, just like that. So that's what we're going to look at on the YM. Okay. All right. Again, watch bank. Okay. YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movements. So we'll see where bank opens up and what direction it gets moving. Okay. But there's your pullback, right? There's your pullback on the YM. Again, if this extension breaks, that's a really ugly look because of where we are. Okay. All right. Moving on to the Russells. Okay. Go Russells go. It had the same thing. It broke that April 1st highs to highs, but again, it didn't break it during market hours. So, and everybody else is using it. So we're just going to consider it a little sloppy. It's look at the Russells, and it's not messing around. There's to and through that target, baby. Look at that. All right. So highs to highs. All right. This is the 8th, highs to highs on the 8th. All right. So that's what we're watching right there. Go Russells, go. All right, go Russells, go. Go Nudes, go. All right. There we go. Again, watch bank when we open up, right? See what direction bank gets moving. Bank opens up and rips, then the YM and the Russells are just going to take off. All right, peace out. Back of the station wagon, flying by a little kid making faces as it just screams higher. Okay. So we'll see. All right. What do we got? All right. So any questions, VIX bank indices? There we go. All right. VIX bank indices. Any questions as to where we are, what we're doing? Everybody good? Okay. All right. Good deal. All right, moving on. Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin's getting exciting, and we've got to take a look here at where we are. All right. The station wagon wave. Yeah, it's going to go by and do the station wagon wave at you. Yep. Absolutely. Just peace out, just fly right by. Okay. So here's Bitcoin on the larger time frame, right? So this short setup from basically highs of the year to lows of the year, January 14th to lows, we're coming back up on that. Okay, so we got to pay attention to that. Now, remember, we're still in the winter, right? Here's the series of longs that we're in. All right, there was our first pullback from lows. Here was the next one. We started going up this series right here. This is from April 7th, all right, to our highs on April 8th. Boom, 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 boom. Now we've hit that target, and we're just going to watch. Now we have gone through that target, so there could be an extension here. We have no idea that's there. If it does go straight up, we'll draw that back up. But all we know right now is we're going up in this series of stair steps. So low of the previous move, the highs. That's what we're looking at right there. All right, so we can keep trailing this series up into this larger potential massive short setup. Look for longs to break and then sell pullbacks, right? And that could lead us, we've got about 6 months left in the winter, right? So that could lead us to that. So we'll see, but there we go. All right, so still in longs, absolutely still in longs. Okay, so there's your pullbacks right there. All right, now moving on to crude oil. This is craziness, okay, with everything that's going on. Crude oil broke the long. Okay, so this just absolutely shows you just do what price says, not what you think is going to happen. Here's the 2-week ceasefire. Okay, right there. From that highs to lows, all right, there's our pullback. There's our Sunday night, Monday reopen, right? And we couldn't get through it, right? We started falling, and even with the whole Strait of Hormuz, everything going on, right? This long on WTI, remember, this is West Texas Intermediate, it broke, right? Now, if you think about it, where does WTI come from? Well, it comes from the states and, you know, the proxies of the states producing crude oil. So it's Western, right? West Texas Intermediate. So these longs have broken. Absolutely, they have. So no fear of WTI, right? No fear of supply of WTI. All right. Which, if you've seen a map, I suggest you do this. It is crazy. The States has become like the world's gas station. Okay. If you look at the amount of ships since the Straits closed, and this isn't political, I'm just saying, there's just a stream of ships going straight to the States to get their oil. So it's like we're the marathon station now. Okay, so this is west, right? Now look at east. This is so fascinating. I put this article up about Brent over the weekend. Here's Brent. This is Eastern crude oil. Okay, it broke that short and is holding a long. Isn't that something? Isn't that fascinating? Cool little thing, right? So Brent is the oil that comes from the east. WTI or CL, which is what we look at, comes from the west. Okay, so isn't that cool? Isn't that cool to see? Economics in action, economics in a chart, kind of cool. Anyway, what price is saying for what we watch here is we've got a pullback on crude oil. All right, we traded resistance, we broke the opposing move. We'll see if and I might absolutely jump all over that, because that's the $100 mark too, that psychological level. All right, so we'll see if we get this pullback. Eventually we will, right? Eventually we will. Okay. All right. Yeah, I put that on there, Tamika. It's just on my futures channel. Yeah, I think I put it on Sunday. It's just a little thing that explains the difference because I remember you were one of the original ones that had asked me that question. Um, yeah, geeks me out too, Ed. JD, what's up? All right, so we'll watch for these pullbacks. Right now, crude oil has become obviously a very solid leading indicator for the U.S. indices. So if we continue to see crude drop today, okay, that's going to be a tailwind for the indices. If we see crude oil start to rise up into this resistance, right, then that would add a headwind to the indices until it rolled back over. All right, so there's crude oil. Moving on to gold and silver. Gotta love gold and silver. All right. Speaking of silver, I was thinking about this. Ed, you know what I started watching because it's leaving Netflix on April 16th? Speaking of silver, guess what show I started watching again? I'm trying to finish it up. I've watched it once before. Can you do the math in your head? Silver show we've watched before. Think of fried fish place. I'm trying to give you hints. Gold, black sails. That's what I'm watching again. Ed. Before I don't have time to wait on your answer. Okay. Black sails, silver, Long John Silver. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. All right. Dollar drinks, what's up? Camel pattern kit, the horse was the best. Wait till you see a Loch Ness monster in action. That one's pretty cool. I like the Loch Ness monster. Anyway, gold, high of the year, low of the year. January 29th to our lows. We still haven't broken that. This is the really, really big deal for gold. Okay, but we're gold's kicking butt here. Yeah, it's strong. Okay, coming off of these lows, right? We had our first pullback, bang. Well, actually, one was right here. Number two, bang. Actually, it's right there. Number two. Okay, but the cool thing is that we broke this. All right, this is what silver broke this first, and then gold broke it last night. Okay, so if we were going to go down, we we're going to have to hold that. So we can watch to see. Now this is starting to get rangy Rangerton in here, but we can watch to see if we do get this pullback and start to lift off, right? We could have something cooking here on gold. We got to get through these 50-43s, but it's holding up very, very well. Okay, just awesome with the precious metals, right? So we'll see. Watch down here, maybe get a 1 hour bar, maybe a 15-minute bar to close green, right? See if we can get in, get to break even, and just see if it goes. That's, you know what I mean? We got dollar weakness out the yin yang, so we've got a nice tailwind for the precious metals here. All right, moving on to silver. All right, this started that whole conversation. Anyway, yes, black sails. Remember, Edward, we talked about it. I don't know if anybody else has watched Black Sails. I like it because it's like in the Caribbean or whatever, supposedly. Right? It's a good show. It's not for the children. Definitely not for the children, but I find it entertaining. Anyway, silver. Here's its March 1st highs lows, right? That's what it's got to get through. Oh, did you, Amanda? Yep. I thought it was entertaining. It was good. Captain Flint, Blackbeard was in there. Jack Rackham. Yeah, all those guys, all those pirates, because I looked them up because I'm a complete dork. I looked up the names from the show, and like 90% of those were like real people. I'm sure they didn't behave the way they did on the show. But anyway, yeah, I got to move on. All right, silver. There we go. That's the big thing we're looking at, 83.51s. Now look at the nice little trend, right, that we're going up in silver. Our most, just like gold, all right, our most recent one from March 26th to our highs, February 8th. There's our next pullback, and silver broke significant. I mean, with authority. It broke this with vigor, like no doubt. Okay. That's what gold just broke last night. Silver blew through the short like nobody's business. All right. So we're going to watch. Now we're coming up to that short setup. All right. Now, if you zoom in, what we can watch for There's this little pullback right here. Get over there. Get over there. All right, there's that little pullback on silver right there, and we've completely tore through that target. All right, so highs to highs. So this will be the test for silver right here. Okay, this is a straight up or not at all type scenario. All right, so we need, or silver needs to hold these and continue higher, because if these extensions break, all of a sudden we broke a series of longs at the top of the range, we can fall right back down to the bottom of the range. Silver Linings Playbook, that was good. Yeah, I thought that was really good. I haven't watched that in a while. I might have to watch that again. Watched that years ago. That was really good too. I think one of those two won an Oscar for that. Didn't I think Jennifer Lawrence won an Oscar for that one. That was a good show. Anyway, so straight up or not at all for silver, right? Above these 76.26s. Okay. We don't really want to draw that halfway back, because see how we dipped into this high. So that halfway back could get steamrolled. It could hold. I don't know. It could hold, but it's just not the highest probability. Right. So we need to keep on keeping on here with silver to the upside. Right. And that, if this breaks, that doesn't mean it's bearish. It just means that we're making a larger pullback. Okay. So gold and silver looking really solid. Looking really solid, both of them. All right, now onto the dollar. A lot of this on the indices and the precious metals coming from dollar weakness. Okay, here's DXY, not the dollar, but a bunch of different currencies, just an index. Okay, but you can see when this is falling, this is dollar weakness. So look at that. I mean, it's just straight down. So we do have a potential. We don't know this is here yet. And remember, again, this is just an index, right? So it doesn't have to be exact. All right, there is this potential up here for this extension to go down, start going down in extension shorts. And you'll see the inverse of this on the euro. Remember, over 50% of this is made up of the euro. Okay. All right, so to the actual currencies. All right, here's the dollar yen falling. Okay. When you zoom out and look, all right, there's that extension long down here. Here's that big old sneaky snake on top of the extension. So you can see how much room we have for dollar weakness, right? It's a lot of room for dollar weakness. Okay. That's a 4-hour chart. All right. So when we zoom in here, what we're going to watch, there's really no structure to this, just a melt. All right. We'll watch for these pullbacks. Okay. All right. So we'll see. As long as this continues to fall, dollar weakness, bullish for the indices, bullish for the precious metals. All right. Moving on to the euro. Okay. Euro just screaming higher. All right. This is so cool. Talk about geeking out. So let me walk this up for you real quick. All right. So off of these lows, right? And you can actually, if you move this to the lowest low, that didn't break. But nonetheless, that's not the super cool part. All right. So this high was put in on April 1st, just like everything else. Have you noticed that? Everything else is being anchored off of April 1st, just how it happened. Right. So from our April 1st highs to, that's not right. From our April 1st highs to highs, we had this extension long, it broke, right? But then we made a new high by 1 pip, a new high by 1 pip. What's the rule? Anytime we make a new high, we can reactivate that anchor, right? 1 pip, bang, defended 61.8 to the tick or to the pip right there. Did not break and rip. Okay, so cool. So now we could have brand new extensions coming off of these highs on the 9th, right? That is straight up. I mean, that is just straight up. Okay, so that's what we're going to watch if we do end up getting pullbacks. Okay, right there. All right, if we do end up getting pullbacks, we might be able to get in. Again, this is pretty much a straight up or not at all, because look where the euro is on the larger time frame. All right, coming right back up here. So we need to keep going up in these extensions. Absolutely need to keep going up in those extensions. Okay, because if extensions break, we start breaking longs, we can make a larger pullback. All right. So Just dollar weakness, dollar weakness, dollar weakness. Awesome, awesome, awesome all the way around. Okay? So there we go. All right, what do we got? VIX going nowhere, sideways. So you have to look at it as sideways to down. Right now, VIX sideways to down, indices sideways to higher. All right, gap fill. Are we? Let's see where we are. Come on. There we go. All right, yeah, so we're inside our 20 points. All right, so we have the probabilities of a fill here. All right, so we'll see if we fall into this fill and then lift back off. That's what we'll be looking for. Okay? And as long as the VIX isn't continuing to go down, if it's going sideways, that's going to give the ES the ability to make that pullback. Okay? All right. A movie about an Eagles fan. Was that Silver Linings Playbook? It's been so long since I saw that. I don't remember the Eagles fan. The only Eagles movie I know with Mark Wahlberg is Unbreakable, Unshakable, Unthinkable, whatever the hell that movie is, where he's the walk-on football player dude. You're welcome, NWO.
That is Silver Linings, Aaron. Bradley Cooper's a big Eagles fan, and then he starts to dance with Jennifer Lawrence. She starts to teach him how to dance. I'm pretty sure that's Silver Linings Playbook.
Okay, I gotcha. It's not Unsinkable, is it, Ed? What the hell is the name of the movie with Mark Wahlberg where he's the Eagles player? Unshakable, Unthinkable, Unsinkable, Unbreakable. It's unsomething. Untouchable? No. I don't know. Undrinkable. Now we're moving on to Eagles, the band. Going off the rails here, Tyler. All right, any questions, anybody? Unwatchable. Very good, RC. Wow. Good job out of you, sir. Good job out of you. Yes, Unbreakable is Bruce Willis. Yeah, that's where the kid has the really fragile bones. Or what's his name? Samuel L. Jackson, or I think has the really fragile bones. Man, okay. All right, any question? Any questions? Sword of the Giant. Here we go. All right. Uncharted? I don't know. All right. Stop. Okay, we got to go. All right. Any questions? Everybody good? We're in the clear for news. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, man.
All right, see ya.
See you. Bye.
All right, guys, we will be back on with. We'll be back on with live trading with Zach. So we got Zach Austin Trades coming on with us today. We got the swear jar at $63. We got the markets moving. It should be a good day. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We'll see you here shortly. everybody? We are back with Zach. Zach and I were just chatting prop firms in the background before we came on, and just discussing, the live environment, get moved live with props and all that good stuff. And I'm sure it's something we'll probably dive into a little bit more today on today's live stream. But in the meantime, since we have about 14 minutes to mark it open here, Zach, if you have anything that you're taking a look at or anything you want to update us on, feel free to dive into what you're watching today.
Yes, sir. So I currently have a couple swings on. Actually, probably the most amount of swings I've had on all year, to be honest.
Like to hear that, baby. That's
Yeah. I'm not trying to get too aggressive, but I feel like I've been very passive for a very long time, to where if I'm not taking a stab when I feel like it's the right time to do so, right? Then it's like, when am I going to do it, right? Because I kind of knew early on this year that it wasn't really the right environment for swings. It was pretty up and down, had a lot of good trades, but it's not my typical kind of swing environment where I'm holding lots of swings, constantly cycling, right? It was probably, I have to look at my log, but it probably was the least amount of swing trades I've taken in a quarter in a really, really long time. So again, we are a little bit extended, but at the same time, we're strong, right? And so I think one thing that I learned from last year, right, and definitely different kind of scenarios, but last year we had this gigantic dump in April. And then when we started rallying back, everyone was almost in disbelief and they started chasing. Then we finally got our first pullback, right? So like, relatively speaking right now, we're not like that extended on the Qs. The biggest thing right now is the fact that we have this open gap, right? But this gap doesn't have to be filled. And the reason why I say that is, again, not the same action by any means. But last year, when we came out of this, dip, whatever you want to call it, from last April, we still have two pretty big unopened gaps, right? So, unfilled gaps, excuse me. So from like 442 to like 452, it's a $10 gap. And then here on the Qs from like 485-ish to, wherever up here, 500 plus. So we have two pretty substantial unfilled gaps. So I've been seeing a lot of people on Twitter recently, and again, Twitter for me, most of it's garbage, but it's a good sentiment gauge, right? And a lot of people have been saying, "Oh, we're going to short fill the gap," and like that very well could happen. However, I'm not looking to short at this point by any means. If we pull back, we're going to pull back. I'm going to look to buy longs, and if that fails, so be it. But I think people may be underestimating, what the strength of this, right? Because pretty much the entire year up until now, or up until whatever, has been based off of like, the global events, right? The war, the tweets, everything. Now it seems like we're finally starting to get some positive news, and it's just kind of almost like a sigh of relief for everybody, right? And so again, we are not by no means like in the clear yet, but also like at the same time, we're only now a couple of percentage points back away from the all-time high on Qs. So we could easily run to the all-time high and people still not believe it and try to short. So that's why for me, like I said, I'm taking my stance. If I take some L's, I take some L's. I'm still managing my risk appropriately, but I'm not as gun shy. Before I was probably only taking one or two swings. This is the first time in a long time I actually have five open. So again, with that being said, I'm not going to be firing away today, but I do have a lot of names I like and I own. So I'll kind of go through the ones that I'm watching right now. Number one is an ARM. This one does have earnings coming up, but this one is a name that I've been watching for a while, and like you can actually see some old drawings. This name has pretty much gone sideways for its entire existence, right? It's IPO down near like 50s, had a pretty parabolic run, pretty right away, where it went from like 50 to like 160, so like a 3x in just a couple months. Since that point, early 2024, we've gone sideways. So it's been 2+ years of sideways. If we finally do get in an environment where it's friendly for swings and like chip stocks, etc. Also, for what it's worth, Nvidia has been going pretty much sideways as well for like a year. Um, we had a little bit of a pop, right? But like, let's just call it from like last July. So, like 10, 11 months it's been going sideways as well. So, the chip stocks do have potential. And that's why I really, really like this arm, because if we do end up getting a big move, I think like we can get to 200 easily, if not higher, right? Typically, what I like to do for measured moves is try to figure out like the width of the range is usually the target, right? So once we break out, so even if you don't include like these wicks and just say the bottom of the range is 100, the top of the range is 180, the measured move from here is like to 250, 260, right? We've seen similar moves happen on MU. So again, I'm not sure if this will happen similar fashion, but really like this chart. And this is one that I would consider holding through earnings if I do get a entry. Next up, which is arguably actually my favorite name, just like for the interim shorter term swing, is TSEM. Again, one of the strongest names in the market right now. Had this gap last week and spent the last 4 days in a pretty narrow range. So now I'm looking to be pretty aggressive here on longs. I do have a couple open positions, so I'd probably try to trim some of that beforehand. But I really like this setup. If we look at like the fibs, again, I don't use fibs often besides all-time high, but like from this impulse or this pivot low to the impulse high, it pulled back pretty perfectly to that 707, which is like my bread and butter area if I ever use fibs. And you can see now we're kind of getting stopped at this 210. Break over this 210, we're open to 230. So really, really like that setup. Last new one that I like is this AMPX. I've never traded this one before. I actually saw a lot of flow, like unusual flow on this name. The chart itself looks really good, kind of this daily cup and handle vibe. Had a pretty big run from earnings, kind of mellowing out. Look at the weekly, looks great. Monthly still an inside bar, but above that last month high, around like 19 and change, it's got nothing to the previous all-time highs from its IPO in 2022. So really like that. Again, we have a couple swings already open in LPTH, Cypher, Lunar, SATS. So going to manage those first and foremost. And then as far as the futures go, again, I'm not really looking to short. So anything that I do today will just be looking to long pullbacks. Ideally, we don't spike higher, then go lower first. That kind of makes things tricky. If we go lower first, even if I miss the initial dip buy, once we get back over the opening print, we then have that potential to trend up towards really the moon. We have really no set targets. The only kind of pivot I have right now is on SPY at 688 twos, basically. Above that, I don't really have anything for much, much higher on Qs and SPY. And then RQY Dow probably are fine, but I'm probably going to stick just to Qs and ES today. And this silver and gold also both look very strong. Actually, was debating a pre-market trade in it around 4,800 on gold, now moving. So I'm open to either gold or silver, but I want to see the first 5-minute 8 EMA tag play out first. So, already kind of got a lot going on and potentially a busy day. So we shall see.
Nice, man. Nice. Sounds good. That's exciting. Yeah, I agree. The market's looking much better now than it has been. We've been getting some nicer moves. Obviously, it comes with a little bit of the geopolitical headlines, but I saw some stuff about the hedge funds and a lot of different people being extremely over leveraged in shorts, and just kind of this giant, obviously it's got the news headlines to go with it, but just a massive short squeeze that's taking place as well. Just people getting liquidated here and having to close out over leveraged shorts here. So that is the way the market tends to work. And now we're in some interesting territory. We'll see if the strength will continue to hold or not.
Absolutely, and that's honestly what you just said right there is really the reason why I don't short much. Again, last quarter, like I said, was probably my slowest quarter, and if I were to have been more open-minded to shorts, I probably would have had a lot more action. But on a flip of a dime, right, we can get some news headlines and we can just get whacked, right? So that's why for me, if I'm gonna short, I typically will aim to do it via futures, where it's a lot more calculated, tighter stops instead of looking for bigger picture shorts. Because I think last week or the week before I was shorting. Actually, one of the names I was shorting was OKLO. This thing was like the weakest of the week. I caught a really nice entry here on this day, got follow through. Next day it trimmed for like 50%, and we started rallying back to fill the gap. What did we do? Daily 8 again, didn't go lower. And again, this right here should have went lower, and then again we have this news, and now here we go. Yesterday it was at 48 to 53. Now we're at 59 in the pre-market. So in a day you could be down on quote equity 20% alone. So yeah, we'll see what we can get today. I'm optimistic, and yeah.
Heck yeah, man. So we were talking. I told you I had a prop firm story for you, and here's the one I wanted to tell you. I said I wanted to say it for stream.
Yeah.
We got 4 minutes here, but we talked about the consistency rule, and when you accidentally go over the consistency rule, and you gave me the hack, the life hack of just opening and closing, like a mini or some, 1 or 2 minis, whatever.
Yeah.
And just the commissions, even if it would go in your favor really quickly, the commissions you'll be able to go back, whatever. So this was I was trading a new Trade a 550K select account, and it was like day 1, and I was like up a couple $100, and I think I was trading minis, and I had them on, and I didn't have like a profit target set, and I walked away from my desk for a second, and I think we got some sort of headline came out or some sort of news candle, and it just like pumped, and I'm looking on my phone, I'm like, oh shoot. So I like run back to my desk, and my P&L, I'm like way over. I was like, it was like day 1, so it's a 40% consistency. I'm aiming for like $1,000 a day or whatever, and I think I was like over $2,000 in profit or something like. And so I like closed it real quick. What up, Frank? And closed it real quick, and I just started. I used the hack, and I'm like, heck yeah, this is great, and it worked amazingly. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is the greatest life hack ever. You ever go over your consistency roll? You open and close, just market buy, market sell, real quick, bang, bang, bang. Do it a few times with minis, and the commissions. You'll lose money. You'll get back under your consistency roll. So the hack was phenomenal. So then I end up passing this 50K account, or so I thought, and then I'm looking at it last night, and I was not compliant with the micro scalping rule, not because of the profit, but because if 50% of your trades or more are less than 10 seconds, you're not compliant with the micro scalping. So I'm laughing. I'm like, oh geez. So this morning, I just traded one MNQ, not MNQ, one MES contract.
Yeah.
And I had my stopwatch next to me on my phone. And I would like buy one, turn the stopwatch on, give it like 20, 30 seconds, as long as I could hold it, make sure. Luckily, I had like an extra $100 to play with in the account.
Yeah.
And so I took as many trades as I needed with a stopwatch next to me, and just would close them, open them, close them. And so then I just refreshed it, and I'm now compliant with the micro scalping. So
there you go.
We're good.
That's
it all worked out. It was good. But
that's so funny.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a great hack. But on the micro scalping side of things, you gotta watch.
Yeah, definitely.
Problem was I went too high over the consistency. I had to do it too much here. All right, guys, we got 1 minute to market open here, so we'll lock in. I think we're clear news, right? We have PPI at 8:30.
Yep. Should be all right. Guys, I just wrote in the chat, but for those in the swings with me, there's a couple names that are gapping up a bit. If we're in profit, don't wait for me to trim. I'm going to be trying to trim stuff of my own, and I'll update it when possible. Just, don't wait for me to say it or do it in the chat, right? If you're seeing some decent gains, go ahead and take it, right?
Well, Pumpernickel out the gate, eh?
Cypher, I got filled at 1.7.
I don't have much in terms of support levels here on the Qs. I got a little bit, but one level here up above 25,717s, but some bank weakness, some VIX strength, RTY, YM weakness, but Nasdaq and S&P holding strength. Bit of a mixed bag here in this opening push.
TSC, I'm a little weak. Watching it is hourly 20, but there's no rush for that one.
Chat, you guys watching anything? Frank, you got anything I watch today? I got E. I got.
This TSEM is so expensive.
Say TSM.
TSEM, yeah, is very expensive.
Okay. Honestly, I think TSM has earnings later this week. Different.
That might be why TSEM is expensive. Then.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think TSM has. I think I saw Thursday after close, if I remember correctly. I'm sorry, Thursday before open. So. All right. Well, holding some strain. She's gonna run away on us. Still just watching for me, nothing yet.
This is the spot that we would buy AMPX here. Let me look at some contracts. The TSEM is just crazy expensive. I don't know if we can take it. Honestly, a pretty good priced here. Guys, I took some of this AMPX here at this hourly 20 EMA, very harsh dip. I'm just gonna take a stab here. I'm gonna leave some room to add. I got filled at 195 on the May 15th $18 calls.
Scanning through some names here.
I filled at 194 technically somehow, but
Dang, Coinbase options are jacked.
I might look to take some short on gold here, guys, in a moment.
I'm watching this area on NQ. Let me take it on QQQ.
I guess took a stab there, 48.16 on gold. Short. Stop's going to be high of day. Just to show you real quick. I know I didn't have it on my screen, but I was watching my other screen. I just didn't want to miss the entry here, guys. So we're a bit far away here from the hourly. EMAs, all the EMAs are usually 5 minute. We just had this nasty failure to go higher here right at level. We just retested that level again. So, I mean, even just back down to the opening print, it's like 1-to-1. So 58.16 stops at the highs of the day, about 13 change. Back down to the level is like 2R, about 1-to-1 to the open. So it's a 13-point stop. I'll look to take a trim if we can at 10. Sorry, at for 10 points at like 06 and change or so. Get down to like or so.
I
Let's see
shot a
what-
little
yeah.
QQQ 623s. I filled at 82. Like nice quick pop.
This is like a little hectic for me because I have a lot of options. I'm shorting gold, but
Shorting gold on your futures accounts.
yeah. So, for example, like this one I took on like alpha and like take profit because I don't want to like have too many going. If we get a 5-minute close back above 17s, I'll probably also close it there prior to the stop.
We do have a sped. We have a Fed speaker. I guess you could call him a sped, but we have a Fed speaker speaking currently. Goldsby. Sounds like a sped, eh?
Mm.
QQQ contracts are up about 20% here. I don't really have a level here on QQQ. The charts are a little bit different on NQ. I have one at 25.717.
I don't know if I have that one.
No, dude, I know. I always have some weird ones based off of my chart settings. I know. And the only reason I meant to like look into a little further, but they seem to still work, so I'm just like,
All right,
I'm rolling with it. Here, I'll show you where I found it from here in a minute.
I mean, for me, I watching Qs and Spy, and they have nothing here. So that's my main
I don't
focus.
have anything on Qs. On Spy, I think I have. Let's see. Spy were above what I had, I think.
Yeah, it's 688 change.
Yes, 68, 88, 21. And I don't have anything on Qs either. But on NQ, for me,
Right,
it's
so
from March 10th. Let me see if I can switch. Zach, I don't know if you can see my chart, but from March 10th, it's this pivot right here. But I know the way my contracts roll
yeah.
and stuff, for whatever reason on my settings, a lot of other people who use the level system, that it won't be exactly the same on theirs either for whatever reason. I don't know why. But
Hey, whatever it is.
hey, yeah, they seem to still work for me, so I'm not fighting
Exactly.
it.
Like I always question sometimes if I do certain things right, but I'm like, man, I constantly do them and it works. So it's like,
Yeah,
I'm not going to change it.
yeah. For me,
At the end of the day, it's like, if it works, don't change.
Yeah, it definitely has to do with something with how like the contracts between Trading View and Thinkorswim, how like when they roll over, they're always a little different because that's when it seems to be. It seems to be when they're like older dated levels on a contract that's rolled. All right, we're at 40% here. Nice from 82 to 115. It's got some room. Looking at the QQQ from a levels perspective, I don't really have anything up to like 633s.
I just took a trim there again, guys, and Cypher at 185s. If we get push this 19 plus, I'll probably just close all in full. So we were up, about 6 ish points on gold, but that was not really enough for me to take profit. Still looking for more. Nothing's invalid yet, but if we do get like a 5-minute close above, I'm just going to close it for whatever the loss is. Keep the loss small because it is possible we go higher. Because I was looking for longs initially here. I think longs can work, but for me, that reverse 5-minute hammer bar right at level with a failure to go higher, like I can't not take that, especially considering the 5-minute EMAs are so far. So if it doesn't work, I'm keeping it tight, but I have to give that an attempt.
We get our first 15-minute close. Bank's so weak. Don't love that.
TSEM now back down to that daily 8. Typically a spot I'd buy, but considering how strong the market is here, I don't want to pick at something that is a little weaker. It definitely could be the spot, but I'm just passing. I have a lot going on. It could even easily go down more. So. All right, guys, I just closed my cipher there in full. I just wanted to keep that very tight. I feel at 1.9. So I said it probably does get to level, guys, here. So I'll just put it on my screen. It probably does get higher, and you could maybe get a little bit more out of it. But, I wanted to get a move up to like 19, so we got a nice impulse. Was able to get, over 50% overnight on these May 1st cons. So, I'm just taking it there just to have kind of like one less thing to kind of worry about here. AMPX also getting a pretty decent pop up from that hourly. I'm in about like 3/4 size. Like I said, room to add, but if we don't get to add, that's fine. It's also a ticker I've never traded before, right? So again, this is just a pretty simple idea, just buying that hourly 20. So. Up 15%. If this 2-minute bar closes above level, I think I may close out gold. I'll give it one more 2. 2-minute 8 just bounced.
VIX isn't looking strong, but bank is still looking pretty weak. 2 minutes starting to flag on the indices a bit after the strong.
Guys, I'm going to close gold here. It's maybe a little early. Close it for a 1 point loss basically there. But that 2 minutes a bit strong, bouncing over level. And it probably should have faded earlier. So I'm just going to take the L. Well, not even really an L. It's basically break even, but break this 18.2s. We should get a solid bounce there.
Chad, I think we are going to do ticker Tinder at Power Hour today with Duke, so we'll probably wrap things up after the nooner, and then we'll come back on at 3 p.m. Eastern, do a little ticker Tinder, maybe even a little Power Hour day trading.
What's up, John? What's up?
What up, John? What up, John?
Such a bad glare in my room. I can like barely even see my screen.
Gotta get some new blinds.
Honestly, I'm just gonna put them all the way down. Like squinting, trying to see things.
I was like trying to get my lighting good. I like cut myself off from all natural light. I got a window, but it's all blocked.
Oh, that should be better. All right, so basically break-even trade on gold. It still could work, but it probably should have worked sooner. And I just kind of have like, I've said this before, but I kind of have like an internal shot clock in my head where if the trade doesn't work within like 15 minutes, I typically will just exit and reevaluate. Just because I know like statistically my win rate goes down. So it's like, why fight that? I can always take another entry. And then as far as options go, took the entry in AMPX up about 15% so far. So far, at least, pretty much sniped that bottom off that hourly 20. Cypher closed out, obviously still has more room. However, I just wanted to lock in the gains, have one less ticker on watch here. And then TSEM, I'm passing on it so far, but still on watch. And also one ticker that I didn't talk about yet today, which I guess I'll just throw on this screen now, is SATS. I took an entry in SATS yesterday, and it's up also about like 15%, not taking any trim yet, but basically was just looking for the daily 1, 2, 3 here. Still also a weekly 1, 2, 3, but I took May contracts. So I'm hoping we get a confirmation of 131. We break last week high, and then we have plenty of room to the upside. So still hold on to that sucker. I'm interested in possibly joining you on the Q, or with NQ, I should say, on the first 5-minute 8 tag when that happens, as long as it's not too destructive to
the 8 EMA.
Yeah. Which, if we can catch up to like 25, 7, 10s or so, if the next like 1 to 3 sideways bars can happen. I mean, it could bounce here, like off of like this VWAP area as well, but Let's see.
We do have VIX heading back towards its lows, and Bank trying to give us a little bounce here on the smaller time frame. We'll see how that plays out.
I added a few more contracts of LPTH off that hourly 8. Just a couple more.
Getting a little pullback here, but no panic yet. I still think this could work out. The Fed speaker Goldsby just finished speaking.
Could be pulling back here on the Q, that 5 and 8.
Tag 25.17, 25.717 again. Seeing a little bounce. That's where I'd like to see us hold. You can do it. Pump admin official. Have all the components of a deal, but it's not finalized yet. Fox News. The video launches Icing, the world's first open AI models to accelerate the path to useful quantum computers. Oh, I also saw something yesterday about how quantum computing is going to be able to hack into crypto pretty easily and quickly.
Oh wow!
Which should be interesting for crypto moving forward, depending on
Right.
how the whole quantum computing thing goes.
The TSCM is now getting a bit of a bounce, and now I'm getting a little interested. It's still very expensive.
Come on, baby, give me this hold here. We need the MR. Do we need the MR point? Talk about, talk about, talk about moving. How fun were your taxes this year, Zach? That's new highs on ES, by the way.
Oh yeah. Not too bad. I let my accountant cook.
Yeah. I mean, the ES 3-bar play on the 15-minute looks pretty dang nice.
Mhm.
NQ doesn't look quite as nice because the previous 15-minute bar got the spike above and then failed. Let's see if we can play a little catch up here. Come on, baby. Give me new highs. Give me new highs. New highs. Give me the Wars Over headline and just camp it.
All right, I'm gonna add a little bit more to the AMPX here, the daily 8. Let's see.
You know what I think could end this war? Is if the Ayatollah came out with a big boombox speaker on his shoulder just playing the song, Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? I think that's all we need. We could sort this whole thing out and pump these QQQ calls for me. That would be great.
It's added at the daily 8 there on AMPX. If it dips to like yesterday low, I'd consider adding a little bit more, but it probably shouldn't do that. So
There we go. There we go. Now break it. Break it. You know you want to. It's a good 5-minute close. I almost wish I would have traded this SPY instead.
TSM with a gnarly bounce. If that thing was a little bit cheaper, once I saw that initial failure to go lower,
That was when you skipped today?
just because it was so expensive.
Yeah.
And it is funny, it was showing much relative weakness, and now it's showing relative strength.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It's pretty much right back to where I wanted it initially at 207s. But again, these contracts, like I'm looking right now, the May 15th 230 calls are like $1,200. That's 10% out of money.
We did get a new intraday high across all 4 indices. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Baby, baby, baby. Don't.
5-minute here on NQ, not as strong as ES. ES is definitely stronger.
Yeah, ES has been looking good.
This 5-minute will be key. I think, hold on. You said TSM had earnings today, right? Or tomorrow or something?
Thursday before the bell.
I'm just gonna look really quickly. So last TSM earnings, I'm just seeing TSM was January 14th to 15th. Gap up. January. So last time gapped up a little bit, like 2%. I know ASML also has earnings. I saw. Last earnings was small.
Zach, when you trade the Tradeify 50K accounts, the select accounts, do you go with the daily payouts or the 5-day payouts?
I do the daily, or I did the daily.
Yeah.
I just think, when you can get it, the option for it, you can just do it. And the only con is you can't pull out a lot daily, but it's like if you have 5 accounts.
Yeah. So when I passed one of these on the 150K accounts, I went with the 5-day. Nice pop here, by the way, in the queues. I went with the 5-day, but it was because you get more drawdown.
Yeah.
To where in the 50K you get the same amount of drawdown.
That's fair.
Because if you pass one of the 150Ks on the 5-day selects, then you get 4K worth of drawdown, and then on the daily, I think you only get 3K. But just a little bit of an interesting thing.
Yeah.
Just trying to decide what I want to do in the 50. I'm gonna go daily. The original QQQ cons that I had taken are around 50% here. Come on, baby. Let's go. Do you know what the buffer is on those, Zach, for the 50K selects on the daily? Do you know what the buffer is that you have to get above?
I think it's 2100.
2100.
I'm pretty sure.
It's another nice 15-minute close we just got. We got about 10 minutes here until the first hourly close.
This TSEM is calling my name, but I don't know what to take. I don't know. It's just so expensive.
Bitcoin with a crazy move. Over 3% today. Let's go, baby. Come on.
Ethan, I'm just in a bunch of options right now.
I'm holding some QQQ longs, Ethan. On the NQ, I got in around 25,717. So we're up about 60%. It would be about 60 points. Still holding some of that. I got trim set. If we get a little bit higher. So just managing those longs right now.
Got about 6 minutes for the hourly close.
Oh, by the way, Zach, Ethan got engaged over the weekend.
Oh, nice. Congrats. Da-da-da.
Come on, film me. Dow's starting to pull back pretty heavy here. RTY holding up a little better. VIX starting to base here a little bit. Do I just want to take my monies and run? This is the question. 4 minutes in the first hourly close here. And QNES still holding up nice. VIX just made a new low. VIX futures. Nasdaq closed green today. That'll be 10 days in a row. The best since 2021. Wild.
Wow. It's actually wild stat.
New highs. Let's go. Let's go. LETSGO. Fill me on the trim. 87% here. Speaking of 87, we got a Penguins Flyers first round playoff matchup in the NHL. That's a Christmas for me, man. That is awesome. I'm excited for that. Why did you not film me? Do you not see what the charts did? Fill me. Oh, it did fill me. Okay, I'm an idiot. All right. Nice fill there. 87% on the trim. I think IQ's has got about another 40, 50 points of potential. We just got the first hourly close there.
Yep.
Some nice buying right into that hourly close. My only concern for the options is just I wouldn't shock me to see like a bit of a pause bar here go sideways for a little while. Fear and greed index back up to neutral from extreme fear just a little bit ago.
That's why it just goes to show, just gotta inverse the masses.
Yep. So I know you're not a big hockey guy, Zach. Will you get into the playoff hockey at all?
Yeah, I think playoff sports for every sport is awesome.
Yeah. Get a little extra fired up.
Yeah.
All right, let's go, Ethan. Good stuff.
Pretty much all my swings have a month, so I don't want to like micromanage them.
Have a month, you said?
Yeah. Like Cypher also ended up hitting target, which I kind of thought it would, or just about hitting it. Hit at 19 twos, but you know, I sold at like 18 nines. I just figured, you know what, it's close enough. If I leave another 50% on the table, but I can open up something new, it's probably a better trade off.
market's looking a little trendy right now. Let's see.
Yeah, it's tough for me to want to do anything without really a pullback.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Kind of had a small one, but I wanted to go a little bit deeper there earlier on NQ, and then we kind of hit the 5-minute 8 through time. So we kind of, we gapped up. What did we gap up? Like we gapped up about 100. Then we now are ripping up about another 150-ish, 170-ish. So we have the potential.
But dude, see what I'm saying on these like the levels too that come up, like that 25,717 is exactly where we got that bounce.
Yeah.
Which is why it's like I don't know why I get them and trading view charts don't show them, but it's why I keep using them. They get this reaction. I don't like that 5-minute bar. I might just close up options if that closes ugly. Just take what I got. Oh, Trump just, I think, tweeted something.
Sounds about right.
Looks like it's about 9 minutes ago. Europe is desperate for energy, and yet the United Kingdom refuses to open North Sea oil, one of the greatest fields in the world. Tragic. Aberdeen should be booming. Norway sells its North Sea oil to the UK at double the price. They're making a fortune. UK, which is better situated on the North Sea for a purpose of energy than Norway, should drill, baby, drill. It is absolutely crazy that they don't, and no more windmills. President Donald Trump. Secretary Bissett, we've put in 10% under tariff.
This AMPX, this 5-minute can flip, 15-minute flip. Got room to run.
I don't know. VIX is just putting this base. Need it to either just really break down, or it may pop off here.
The My Funded Futures Pro accounts are like the most dangerous accounts because they have like those no limits.
Most dangerous.
Yeah, and I just have like the temptation to always try to just like yeet them for a giant payout.
Oh, those are the ones you can get really big payouts from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Like right now, my account balance is $4,500 in profit, and I took a trade last night, and I'm down like a couple $100, and it's like I have so much drawdown to operate, and it just becomes, yeeting something.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of those things where obviously you don't want to yeet, you still want to trade smart, but it is one of those accounts where it's like you have we were talking earlier, you're trading like on 7 different firms or whatever, where you have all these maybe different roles and you're trading them small and consistent. It is the one, I think, account type that, because it has that
Yeah.
upside, it's worth putting on a little more risk, a little more size on it and going
Yeah.
for it. But as
But
long as
see,
you're staying chill and consistent on all your other
yeah.
stuff.
But the problem with that though, which like is the right mentality, what ends up happening is I'll like I'll be up 4 or 5 grand. It's actually happened like 3 times this year. I've been up like 4 to 5K on these my funded futures accounts, and I'll lose like 1,500 because I'll size big, and then like, I'll just never quite claw back.
Yeah.
My funded futures actually is the only prop firm this year that I haven't gotten a payout with.
Really?
Which is kind of funny because
That's interesting.
I've done pretty well. Like right now, like I'm telling you, right, I have $4,500 in profit. Where like in a hypothetical world, I could get a $10,000 payout if I did nothing for the next 10 days.
Yeah.
But obviously, the temptation always
To
is
just
for more
go,
and
yeah, and
more.
get $100,000 payout. Yeah.
Yeah, because so I withdrew I think 27K like beginning of last year, the year before, whatever. So like I can withdraw another like 70K in hypotheticals. So like right now, like I'm not as tempted because for me there's not really much. Like you could have, there was that one long entry you could have taken in my opinion. Besides that, I don't really think there was anything.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
and
kind of ran away off the get go, and then had like
yeah,
the one pull.
exactly. And like gold, for example, I tried the stab. So my initial thought was long, right? I wanted the first 5 minute 8 to get tested. My initial thought was long. I ended up short, and I got stopped out for like a point, which was obviously, now you guys can see the right move here, right? So this was still in my game plan because I can short to the 5 minute 8, I can long from it. And this was a case where we didn't test it directly via price, we tested it through time. As you can see, it literally just got tested for the first official time, like last bar, meaning it just had a straight rally. So for me, despite wanting to long, there was no long. We took the short didn't work. So, I mean, well, it was break even, but in theory, if you held, it wouldn't have worked. So really, there was nothing for me personally. So the temptations are not too bad. But this AMPX, though, if this thing can flip, this thing is pretty solid. And one thing I will say too, which is pretty interesting, is that I've definitely been shifting my, I don't want to say trading, but like entry criteria slightly, where
Okay.
more and more this year I've actually been buying dips, because last year I was looking for confirmation above highs. This year I'm like doing the opposite. I'm doing no confirmation, basically just buying levels, buying EMAs. Like, so you can see like TSEM, right? We was at the daily 8, undercut it a little, but now all the way back. AMPX did the same thing. I took the hourly 20, also took the daily 8. Again, it could fade from here and we're up, but it bounced $1 almost from there, which is big for an $18 stock. So, it's almost kind of backwards from what I was finding a lot of success with last year, is taking the dip buys rather than taking the breakouts.
Waiting for, yeah. Fix could break and next leg down.
This 15 is trying to flip on AMPX here. If this 15 minute closes decently, it will flip, and then I feel pretty good about it.
VIX just has me a little slightly nervous here. Still holding, well, actually, ES just broke new highs. SPY's been the one today, baby.
Yeah, SPY did just make a new high. RTY made a new high. Down. See.
Not quite there yet, but it looks all right.
I selfishly want to pull back just to buy because
I
get to a point where it's like, let's just say we rally another 100. I probably won't buy a pullback at that point because then that would be like a 250 point rally. So, well, I should say I wouldn't buy a 5-minute pullback. I'd probably have to wait for a 15-minute entry. But then at that point, I'd probably not be on the screens anymore unless I just choose to be on. But,
VIX though, back above its open, looking strong. That's what's got me a little concerned.
I set a trim, by the way, guys. AMPX at 245 or about 30% if we get there. The cons are up about like 15-20% now if you do want them. I'm just looking for a little bit more. Because again, if this 15 flips, it should push. And even if it pushes to 18.5, it can still then be a 1, 2, 3 hourly. Then, again, we're like micromanaging this trade off of like the smaller time frames right now. Well, the entry was based on the higher time frames, right? But like the big picture idea is above 19.5s is literally wide open to 25. So I do want to take some profit again along the way. Like I'll trim in 18.5s if we get to like 19.5s. But then once we break that, I'm going to try my best to just hold a good chunk because we're pretty wide open. 19.7s. So.
Another new high on ES. NQ's almost there. RTY's trucking, dude.
It is. I'm watching it.
VIX is back at the highs here, which is interesting. Indices all holding up. Banks back at its highs on the day, but so is the VIX. Interesting. What is going on?
Be right back in one
Yep.
second.
We've got some trickery going on here.
Oh.
All right, the Dow and the Qs are right at their highs. They need to pop new highs here. See if they get it. NQ just popped above.
I do have an old like pivot I marked here. Okay, not like a level, but I marked at 692s on SPY, 6981s on ES. Again, not like a quote level, but just kind of an area.
An area of interest.
Yeah.
Person of
Where it's like,
interest.
pull back to it. Maybe I can long from it, but also like be aware of it from the upside.
YM still never did push to a new high yet.
SATS is getting a rally. The hardest thing I think for me recently is that really all quarter and like up until like last weekish, I've been so focused. I mean, still I'm going to continue to be, but I've been so focused on futures where everything is like, 2 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, like pocket. Where it's like now, like that I'm entering more swings. It's like, okay, I don't have to watch the 5 minute or the 2 minute.
Yeah. You don't have to micromanage so much.
Exactly. I can comfortably watch the 15 an hour and be totally cool. I don't know if I can do anything.
All right. Well, I am finally tagged a new high there.
Going to the Yankee game today. I'm pretty hyped. First one of the season.
What's that?
Going to the Yankee game today.
Oh, nice. Dude, the weather's so nice here this week. I'd imagine it's probably nice there too.
I think right now let's see. It says 76, gonna get to 81, 82, game time 78, 77. Like,
let's go. Just you and your girl?
Actually, no, I bought tickets for my family, my parents, and my sisters. Yeah.
How many sisters do you have?
I have two sisters, two younger sisters. Yeah, one lives in New York City. The other one lives on Long Island.
Okay.
I almost actually went yesterday because I get like basically like the kind of like the club tickets. Essentially, you get like the food and the seats.
It's included with the ticket.
Yeah, it's like a really nice like buffet.
Yeah, that's nice.
And I almost went yesterday because the tickets, relatively speaking, for what they normally cost, were cheap. And I was like, no. And then I was like debating it, just decided not to go. But it was like a crazy game yesterday. It was 10-10 in the ninth inning, and they eventually.
Oh no way!
Yeah, they won. It was like 7 or 8 home runs. It was just a crazy game. So I'm like, hopefully, you can get like just a piece of how good that was. Yesterday.
Yeah, a little bit of that action.
Yeah. Because I played baseball, so obviously like I appreciate it more. However, right, even if you go to a game and there's no action, it's still not the most exciting.
Yeah, baseball around here has been so bad. The Pirates have been so bad for so long. This year they actually have a little bit of hope going. They're looking all right.
Yeah,
we do have an awesome stadium. Has a great view of the city and everything. I don't know if you've ever been to PNC Park.
No, I've never, but I want to.
Yeah, it's got a sick view. We did it wrong. Jake came out to Pittsburgh when I first met him, and we all went to a game, but we sat like the wrong spot. I don't know. I let him get tickets in the wrong spot. I was an idiot. Like we sat on the side where you didn't get the view as good.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Wow, wow.
It's feeling like potentially a little pullbacky. I would love for it to pull back to at least like VWAP 25,760s. Maybe get like a slow pullback there. Buy for the next leg.
Yeah, a little sweep. We have the 5 minute low at like the 80s. A little sweep under there, maybe get down to that.
It's kind of what I'm looking at, sort of.
Israel Lebanon talks at U.S. State Department have begun.
Oh, we're getting a little bit of that pullback there.
Mm-hmm. All right, I did get confirmation from Duke. We're gonna do a power hour ticker tender today.
A little bit pullbacky.
Yeah. Now let's see here. Can I hold right here?
Oh my god, I was looking for that VWAP to get tagged and we just front ran it.
Just front ran it.
Yeah, look, I'll just put it on my screen. I was watching on their screen for the long. I didn't have an order there, but I was like ready to pounce on it.
Yeah.
I mean, it still could get there, right?
Yeah.
We still have time, but I was looking for that to get
Yeah.
tagged. I was looking if we were to just like tag that, maybe could have had a small failure to go lower. So I just look at that general area, but because we front ran it by like 6-ish points, if I'm gonna chase it there, then it's like kind of 15 points over where I want to take entry, which I don't love.
Mhm.
ES does have room down if it wants to like 69.60-ish, which like then should hold.
Yeah, VIX did make new highs here. Bank also making new highs.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else to do for me. Just gonna probably manage the options.
Yeah, I feel that. I think I'll do the same thing. I probably won't enter anything new at this point. I will be back this afternoon. I'm down to take a power hour trade if anything presents itself, depending on where the market's at, all that good stuff. But for there, we can just wrap it up for the morning live session.
All right.
And we'll be back at 12 o'clock. We'll put the nooner for Aaron, and then we'll wrap up after that, and then we'll be back again for Ticker Tinder and a little bit of Power Hour live trading with myself and Duke. So make sure you guys are back for those segments. Is that good stuff today? And we'll check
good.
back in with you next week, and we'll see you guys
Yep.
out here at noon. Have a good lunch. Talk to you soon,
Have a
everybody.
good one, guys. Peace. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everybody. Aaron, one thing I wanted to note, I'm sure you can talk about this a little bit, but heck of a move on the ES and NQ here, while the VIX hasn't really rolled over. You know what I mean? It's kind of held up. Obviously, Banks had a lot of strength, but I'm interested to hear what you gotta say about it.
Only seen this once before, and that was we went up together for about 6 days right before or right during the beginning of COVID, and the markets did this.
Interesting.
So that's the only other time I've seen it.
Yeah, it's interesting because I've been watching it today, and and even as
Yeah.
it's gotten the bounce, got the one bounce here, maybe around 10:30ish or so or whatever. But the indices kind of held their strength nicely. It's been interesting to watch.
Yep, you can see right here what's driving the U.S. indices, right there.
And that's oil falling off.
Yep, oil's falling off a cliff. So there we go.
There it is. Okay. Interesting. Okay,
Keep
good
going.
to hear. Cool, good stuff.
Keep
All right,
going.
I'll let you dive into it.
All right. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. What up? Mr. Wilf, what's up? How are you? All right. Let's see who all's on here. All right. I'm trying to see what is the old chat and what is the new chat. All right. By the way, if you were on this morning, Invincible was the name of that movie that we were trying to figure out. Well, you guys weren't, I was. Invincible with Mark Wahlberg. That was the Eagles football movie. I know you guys were all worried about that. All right. Give everybody a minute or two. Make sure you say hi, guys, because remember, I can't see you. Right? I can't see you. All right. And again, if there's anybody from South Carolina, please make yourself known. I've got questions about something. All right. All right, everybody good? Nobody want to say hi? Tamika? Amanda? All right. Laura, good morning or good afternoon. How are you? Thank you. Afternoon. How are you? All right. Okay, well, let's get started, guys. We'll let everybody else trickle in here. All right, so starting off on the VIX. Now, as we were talking about, we don't see this very often at all, okay? Now, remember what today is, okay? Today is the last day of the current contract, okay? So we know things can get wonky, right? So here is the January contract, all right? And we were talking about this morning. Now, TradingView, you guys are going to look different. Remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Okay? You guys, it's going to look different for you guys. Keep telling their support to stop rolling the VIX until it expires. Anyway, so you have to understand what's going on, right? Market participants have to get out of whatever hell month we're in. They got to get out of the March contract and get into the April contract, right? For those market participants that are hedging against downside risk on the broad markets, they've got to unload March and get into April before the end of the day. Okay, so things can get a little wonky right now. All right. So we're still watching the new contract because that's where the volume is. Okay, and that's K, kilo. All right. And this is what we're looking at going into the afternoon and going into VIX rollover. All right. We have these new extension shorts, and those are drawn from the 2105. This is on the K contract, 2105 to lows. Okay. And yes, the VIX has been going up to sideways, chopping around in this while the indices has been screaming higher. Okay, we'll get into that in a minute. All right, but just remember what today is. And as long as we stay on the new contract, as long as we stay below the 80s, right? 71, round up to 75, add a tick, 80. So as long as we stay at or below the 80s on the new contract, okay, that is, we're still in this extension short. If those would break, Okay. Not necessarily today, but going into the overnight and tomorrow after rollover, right? Then we could make this squeeze all the way back up into these April 1st, okay, lows to lows, which we've been using for a while, right? That extension, that April 1st extension traded once. Well, actually, on this contract, it just traded once and then twice, and that's where we are. We hit that target and went through it. And there's number 3 up here. So we'll have to keep an eye on that going forward. Now, let's look at where the VIX is going to be on the continuous when it rolls over. Okay, so we're at 2040 right now. All right, so let's go to the continuous. Remember, they just cut and pasted on here. So 2040, look where that's going to put us. Okay, on the continuous. All right. So it's going to be a really interesting rollover. Now, what normally happens, and I say normally, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes, right? When we get these 24, if we rolled over right now at these 2040s, right, then we've got this April 1st, lows to lows, those 2040s would be right here. And we'd be looking at old contract lows, which is this, to our new contract highs, wherever that high would be. We'd be watching this pullback. That's the danger zone that we run into once a month, is old contract lows to new contract highs. Okay. And you can still see on the larger time frame, right, where we are here. We've still got room, right, to fall on the continuous. We've still got room to fall back into lows. All right. So nothing has changed. All right. Nothing has changed on the VIX. It's still in shorts. Absolutely it is. 100%. Any way you look at it. Okay. So it's going to be a little wonky, because if we roll over and say we roll over right now around these 2040s, okay, that's going to be getting into this new extension. Now, on the on the new contract, right, it's still in this extension short, this extension of an extension. That's why we're watching this one right now. Okay, we're watching this one right now. All right, I know that's confusing, but it is what it is. Okay, we go through this once a month. All right, long story short, just watch the K and you're going to be just fine. Okay. Any questions as we go into the afternoon? Like no profit taking? No, and I'll show you why here in a second. So we'll continue to watch this. Now this, again, we're in rollover. So you're going to see volume come out of the J contract, of the current contract rolling into K. All right. So market participants are obviously buying this contract down here because they got to get out of the one that they're in before the end of the day. Okay. Always go through weird stuff during rollover. So that's where we're sitting right now. Okay. That's where we're sitting right now. All right. So with that being said, we'll see where the VIX ends up today. And especially the last hour, don't be surprised if there's some weird volatility. Okay. I wouldn't be surprised at that at all. All right. So moving on to our financials. Bank, just beautiful, right? We made our full pullback. Look at bank being all technical, right? We had this extension long that broke. We just made our full pullback. All right. From this low on the 13th, was that yesterday? Okay. Monday, lows to highs right there. Bang. All right. Now there's a target up here. We haven't hit it. So we're going to watch this pullback right here. Okay. Now there was a point this morning where we had bank red, VIX green, and the indices ripping. Okay. And I'll show you what's prompting that here in a second. But we'll watch. This has been giving the indices a tailwind all morning. Okay. Since 9:45. All right. So the indices are starting to lose their tailwind. That doesn't mean they're going down. That just means they're losing their tailwind. It'll start to slow down a little bit. Okay. So we'll keep an eye on this going into the afternoon. What's up? What's up, Miss Tomika? How are you? Okay, so the ES. Now, this is what we really need to watch. Okay. These are our all-time highs. We're coming up on them. 70.43. All right, all-time high in the history of forever on the ES. All right. Now, when we zoom in, okay, here's that extension long inverse of those April 1st lows to lows on the VIX. April 1st highs to April 10th highs. Bang, right? We've gone through that target, just like the VIX did, okay? So here is our highs to highs extension, all right? Inverse of the VIX. All right, there, okay? So we need to keep going up in extension longs, all right? Because if not, we're going to make a much larger pullback. So we're really going to have to watch when we get up to these all-time highs, okay? Now, this is an absolute squeeze, okay? Shorts are on the run, right? Shorts are absolutely on the run from all of this, all right? Pretty much straight up, okay? Pretty much absolutely straight up. All these shorts are on the run, okay? And eventually we're going to run out of fuel. All right, eventually we're going to run out of fuel, and then we're going to have to see if buyers actually step in. All right, so that's what we're watching. Now, if we do, the gap fill this morning was wild. This candle, this is when we had the VIX going straight up, bank going straight down, and the indices going straight up. Again, you do not see that very often. I mean, very often at all. Right before COVID, there were about 6 days where the VIX and the ES went up together. I haven't seen it before or since. Okay. So anytime you see that, just be very careful. If all the players aren't playing in the sandbox nicely together, it's not a bad idea to just chill. Right. Not once in 71 years. Yeah. Hamster's here. Thank you. Yeah. Not once in my 71 years have I seen this. Right. Diabetes. Anyway. All right. So there is a significant pullback we could make. Right now, there could be a bunch of different support anchors below us. This is all we know about right now. Okay. All right. So the VIX is not giving us much help. All right. Because rollover is wonky. All right. You see banks starting to make a pullback. That's indices are going to lose that big old tailwind they've had. So, I mean, but still going into this afternoon, it's sideways to higher. Okay. On the indices, there is nothing bearish about this. Top picking, good luck. If you get it, you get the bragging rights. Way to go. Good job. All right. Okay. So there's the ES really up here in no man's land. Right, absolutely up here in no man's land right now. All right, so here's the NASDAQ, same deal, right? Those April 1st, okay, highs to our April 10th highs. There's the pullback. There's our reopen Sunday night, Monday, and we've just ripped. We went straight through that profit target. All right, so all we know about right now, okay, because this is just straight up. All we know about right now are these highs to highs. Oops, okay? That is all we know about. And remember, if your brain starts telling you it can't go higher, tell your brain to be quiet. All right, who are we to say it can't go higher? Okay. So there's our pullbacks. Like I said, we're really in no man's land right here. All right, now on to the YM and the Russells. All right, here's the YM. So remember that YM extension long we were talking about that broke, but all the other indices had it? And this didn't break during market hours. Market hours were right here. So it's on its way to its target. Okay. Here was the extension long. Oops. There's the pullback right there. Right there. To and through that target. Here's that extension long that the YM was in. Okay. Didn't even make it. All right. Now we've gone to and through that target. All right, so this is kind of a straight up or not at all for the YM. All right, there we go. If we break those, we're making larger pullbacks. All right, watch bank. Remember, YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank. All right. So there we go. There's the YM. Still have this larger target above us. Okay, it hasn't hit it. You can see it's weaker than the YM or the ES and the NASDAQ. All right, because we haven't hit that target yet. NASDAQ and the ES have gone through this. Okay, so there's the YM's little pullback. There might be something to do on the YM if bank makes a pullback and lifts back off. Right, but if bank keeps falling, just be careful of grabbing that. Okay, now onto the Russells. Again, think bank. Okay, bank's going straight up. All right, here's the Russells. Same as the YM. There was the April 1st highs to highs. There was the break that was during Globex, and then we held it during regular trading hours. Now the Russells has gone to and through that. All right, so here's the Russells highs to highs. All right, same as the others. So these are all pullbacks. These are not bearish. Okay. All right, so we'll watch bank, right? But there's the pullbacks on all the indices. Okay. Again, we're kind of in no man's land up here. Be careful trying to fade this back down. Right. Okay. So that is where we are. Any questions on VIX Bank, the indices right now, going into the afternoon? It's wild. It's absolutely wild. Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. All right, we'll revisit this here at the end. All right, now Bitcoin. Okay. So, and I'll show you this on spot too. Nope, haven't looked at crude yet. All right. So, Bitcoin, there's that resistance level that we've been talking about. All right, from highs of the year to lows of the year, January 14th, down here to our lows. We are right there now. Okay, this was the previous high, and we got smacked. We absolutely got smacked when we got up there. All right, so there we go. So this is the series that we're watching all the way up. All right, we've had these pullbacks off of lows. There was number one right there. There's number two, going up in stair steps. Here's number three. Okay, once we go into stair steps, we stay in stair steps. All right. So if this breaks, we're going to be drawing shorts. Okay, if we hold it, we can continue up. We still haven't officially traded that 50% yet. It's 79. But you can see as soon as it touched that, right, Matumboed right there, just smacked. Okay, now that's not necessarily shorts. That's a lot of profit taking too. Okay, so we will see, but this 72, 745, that's the line in the sand for Bitcoin to keep going up. It breaks that, we're going to be drawing shorts, and that's a position, or that's a point where you could even start a new position or add if you're already short. Okay, so there's Bitcoin. Interesting, we traded it. We got up there and traded it. All right, this was also a profit target. I don't know if you guys saw that, but this was also a profit target up here, right there. So that profit target's been hit. All right, squeeze higher. There we go. Oops, deleted the wrong one. So there we go. All right, so we'll watch that guy. Exciting times. Remember, we still got till September, October of this year. All right, so let's move on to spot. And I'll show you there. Oops. All right. Okay. All right, so here's spot. So when you zoom out and look at this, here's where we are. All right, doesn't look so pretty. Okay, there's that next measured move short. Now we haven't officially traded this. Okay. And if that does break, we're making this full pullback. All right. But there's our targets, 33.5 or September, October 6th. Okay. So you can see a scenario, this next leg down. If you go back and you look at last winter, right, eventually we made this pullback to the third, just inside of the 38.2 from the halfway back, and then finished off the winter. Okay. So there'd be nothing surprising about that repeating and us getting up in here, right? All we have to watch for is longs to break, right? And we're watching the same thing, excuse me, as we're watching on the futures markets. All right. There we go. There's our next long right there. Okay. So there we go. All right. Stocks. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? Anybody? Everybody good? All right, Microsoft and Tesla. Yep. Ooh, look at Microsoft, a little pop there. All right, so let's see, coming out of that support level. Okay, so Microsoft is broken shorts inside of support. There we go. All right, so from this low, November 22 to our highs, there's that pullback, and we just broke shorts. All right, so let's zoom in here. Here was the extension that we were in that broke. There's your pullback. There's pullback number 2. So you're at that target right now. Okay, you're actually going through it. So you're in an uptrend now. Okay, support or resistance is way up there. All right, so here's what you can look at. Oops. Oh, there we go. Oop, hang on. So I thought I fixed this morning. All right, hang on, guys. There we go. All right. So there's that next pullback. All right. It has gone to and through this target. So you can look at a potential extension right here. We don't really know that's quite there on the 1 hour. But as long as we stay that bullish above, right, line in the sand is down here at these 370.92s. Okay. As long as we stay above that, we're still in this uptrend. So we are in an uptrend now. All right. Broke traded support, broke the short, and then we held this first long. Right? Boom, boom, right there. Okay, there we go. All right, so that's looking good, looking very good. All right, Tesla. Almost breaking that short setup. All right, so larger resistance, there we go, or larger support from April 7th of this year, or I'm sorry, of last year to our highs. There's support. That was our next measured move right there. Now it is almost broken it short. All right, here's the most recent extension. We're almost there. So that's drawn from this low on February 5th of this year to lows. We're almost there. We pop our head up over these 368.50s, draw lows to highs, and then you've got a trend break. Okay. Earnings in 8 days, by the way. All right, so that would be a trend break right there. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. All right. So that breaks, draw lows to highs, look for that pullback. Okay. All right, what do we got? NVIDIA, Planeteer. Yep. Let's look here. NVIDIA. I haven't looked at this in a little bit. There it goes to the middle of that range. All right. So there's this long on NVIDIA from April 7th of last year to our highs here, October 25. we're only trading this 38.2, right? That's acting as our support. Now, there was a series of measured moves on the way down. Okay, they broke. Let's see if this will show it to us. There we go. Hang on, there we go. All right. So when these broke, bang, there's the long. Okay, right there. So that long is held. Now we've gone to and through. Highs to highs, number one, right there. All right, highs to highs, number two. So we're at that profit target right now. So this is how I would watch this, right? If we continue up, yes, there absolutely could be a new highs to highs extension from there. We have no idea that's there yet. Okay, so you can draw it up and watch it, right? You can draw it up and watch it, but we don't know it's there. All right, so we know that there's an anchor from this high on April 1st, just like the indices, April 1st highs to highs. Here's that potential new extension the indices have. This looks exactly the same as the indices. All right, so there you go. There's NVIDIA. Man, just exactly the same. All right, Planeteer or Palantir. I haven't looked at this one in a bit either. All right. I broke that long. Okay, so here's where this guy is. All right, coming down into support here. This is all-time low, all-time high, half off sale. All right, all-time low, all-time high. That's 50% off. All right, let's see what we got going. So there's your series right there. Okay, off of highs down here to this low in February of this year. Right, there's your pullback. All right, so it's got to get through this next worker bee move right there to change trend. Okay, so it's bounced off support. Absolutely it has. Absolutely it's bounced off support. So if you're waiting for a trend change, we're gonna have to poke our head up through this. All right, I want to look at one thing. This is an amateur gap right here, guys. So if we take that out of it, that's about the most aggressive you'd want to get right there. Okay, it's about the most aggressive you'd want to get from those highs on the 6th to our lows. So if that breaks, you could look for a pullback, but just remember this halfway back is going to be above you. So if you want to be safe, I'd look at it this way. That's how I look at it. Not quite there yet, right? Not quite there yet. Again, a lot of this depends on the broad markets continuing their strength as well. All right, Hood and UNH. What's up, Forrest? What's up, Ken? All right. Look at that. Bam. Not even further. There we go. Ripping out of something. Yep, 50% off sale. Just draw from 0 to highs. There's your half off sale right there. All right, there was this extension short. Oops. There's that. Right there. Right there. See that pullback right there? Target, same anchor, new low. So what you can watch on this, it's broken smaller moves. Absolutely it has. Depending on how aggressive you want to be, we haven't really gotten to this next extension short yet, right? You could watch for pullbacks here, right? You could absolutely watch for pullbacks. Take that amateur gap out of the mix there. Right, there's your pullback. So you can continue to watch, right? I don't know what your time horizon is, but That's how I would look at that. Now, if we get up in here first and roll over, then you're going to have to be careful of that pullback. Okay. But it has gone to and through. So, you know, there could be an extension right there. Right. I would watch for this pullback. Now, this pullback, if we do get it, it's probably going to get gobbled up pretty quick. My guess is. So you'll have to watch that. But that's how I look at that. Those 87.24s, that's a true trend break up there. Like if you're looking for the larger trend to break. Okay. Not a whole lot to do right at this moment. All right, Forrest. All right, and then UNH, right? That was the next one. I'm breaking something. Let's see. Not monthly. All right, so yeah, that's 0 to highs right there. So that's your potential resistance right there. This broke. We can get rid of that guy. All right, let's see where we are. That guy broke. All right, so here you are right here. This is what you'd want to see break. That could be a trend break right there. Poke above those 332.89s and then draw lows to highs. See if you can get that pullback to hold, and then it's off to the races. All right. I don't know if you're looking at this more intraday, but there's not much here. All right, this is just straight up and then a gap up. You could draw a highs to highs extension right there, which is probably what's holding high before the breakout to highs. All right. Holding that 38.2 right there. So that could be there depending, like I said, on your time horizon. So what I would do if I was looking to get into this, I would see these 332.89s break, and then I would draw that lows to highs right there and look for that pullback. Move that up a little bit. There we go. All right, so that's how I look at that one. It's coming right up on it right now. Right up on it right now. All right. Okay. There we go. Yep. There we go. All right, Forrest. All right, Ken. All right, so let's move on here. Still got a lot to cover. All right. Okay, crude oil is the #1 driver behind our markets right now, right? So there we go. That's all your indice strength right there. Okay, crude oil just collapsing. All right, and it's collapsing out of this short. This is crazy. All right, let's see if, hang on, before we do anything, let's see if Brent broke. Brent broke. All right. So nice. It's right along with WTI. So there we go. All right. Okay. So here's crude oil. All right. From our high, there was the 2-week ceasefire right there. Okay. And there was that highs to lows. Bang. And we held it. We gapped right into it at the open, and we just got slammed. Right. So crude oil is getting just wrecked. And that's your indice strength. Right. That's your indice strength right there. So you can look coming out at, well, yeah, I'll go down to 15. So coming out of these highs, right, we had our first pullback right there and just got crushed, right? Extension shorts, #1, #2, ding, 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 right there. We've gone to and through that. All right, see if we got a new one here or not. That broke. Oh, no, it didn't. So there's your next extension short. So crude oil is going down an extension of extension shorts. Okay. From this low at 8:45 p.m. last night. Okay, to this low 10 a.m. this morning. Right there. That's your next one. So this is obviously still very volatile. Right. We do have support below us. Okay. But as of now, crude oil is falling aggressively. All right. And we're in extension of extension shorts right there. Okay. So as long as those don't break, we can just continue straight down. Right. We're below $100. We're down at 92.50, 92.46. Okay. There's your indice strength, right? There's your indice strength right there. As long as this stays red and doesn't start to, make a big pullback, this is a huge tailwind for the indices. Okay. So that's crude oil, right? Still haven't tapped those lows yet, but there's the pullback. All right. Okay. Gold and silver just plugging away. Remember, I actually mentioned this early in the week. I think it was on the Monday morning or something, or on the Sunday draws, something along those lines. So keep an eye on gold and silver this week because they're both kind of perched on a great big move either way, whether that be up or down. All right, now gold, we still have to get through this. This is the big problem for gold. All right, from our highs, January 28th to our lows, halfway back in the year, right there. That's what it has to get through. All right, now, when we zoom in, these longs are all holding, okay? Most recent one we're in is from this low on March 26th to this high on April 1st, right? Traded it there. There's the target. We haven't hit the target yet. Okay, so we just leave the draw right there. Inside of that, we broke shorts, right? This was the big deal yesterday, right? We had these short setups, held, and we grounded through them. Okay, good job, gold. All right, so now we have potential. This is just going straight up. Potential pullback. So if we hit our head up here again and make this pullback, this is going to be a really big deal. Because if we do hold that and then potentially break the opposing move, we could start to lift off, right? That's pretty exciting. So I'll definitely be watching that. Now, if we don't and it fails, middle of the range, right, we can fall right back down to the bottom. Okay, so we'll have to watch this trade. We can't blindly trust it. But gold just grinding higher. Silver, same thing. Absolutely awesome. There it is. Oop, there it is. Okay, now silver's got this problem. Gold's got that halfway back on the year. Silver has our highs from March 1st to lows. That's silver's problem. Okay. But again, all the longs are holding. All right, most recent from our lows down here on March 26th to our highs up here April 8th. There's our pullback. That was our Sunday night open or reopen. Targets are up here. So we've got all sorts of targets above us. Now, silver's been going up in these extensions. It's not messing around here. All right, absolutely not messing around. So we had these first pullbacks off of lows right there, and then we blew through targets. So that extension long is from the 13th. What's that, yesterday? Right, at 4 a.m. So from 4 a.m. yesterday to today, we've gone a long way, right? It's a long way. So there were these extensions up here, right? Number one, number two, number three, and we're getting front run like crazy now. All right, so we can just keep trailing these, right? This is straight up, right? This is about as straight up as you can get. So we'll just have to be patient and wait for a pullback, kind of no man's land up here. But just awesome, right? I mean, we can always watch halfway back on the week if we want to. I mean, hell, that's even further away, right? So we'll have to watch. This extension broke, but it made a new high. See that extension pierced barely. So we can try that, right? We don't really know where our next support level is going to be other than drawn from down here, okay, on the 13th. That's the only one we know that's been working. So we'll see. But this is just all awesome, right? Just strength, grinding higher on the precious metals. All right. So, excuse me. the dollar. Okay. Here's DXY. Now, this isn't the dollar, it's a bunch of different currencies put together. It's going down in extension shorts. Okay. There's your precious metal strength, right? Just crazy precious metal strength from this dollar weakness. Remember, dollar weakness, bullish for the indices, bullish for the precious metals. All right. So if we continue to go down in these extension shorts, more tailwind for the indices, more tailwind for the precious metals. All right. So when we get to the actual currencies themselves, which are easier to look at, here's the dollar yen. Okay. There's support. We hit the top of the range, broke the middle, right? So it does have this little pullback to make, which would be very brief dollar strength, but nothing saying it has to get all the way up here. Nothing at all. Okay. So that keeps falling, dollar weakness. More dollar weakness, that keeps falling. It is not in a bid yet. We'll see. All right, but this little squeeze would be a little bit of dollar strength before it rolls back over. Okay, now onto the euro. Euro flying. Okay, euro absolutely flying. Look at this. There we go. Here's our next extension long. All right, now we haven't traded. Well, you could call this traded if you want. I didn't really trade. We haven't traded from this anchor yet, but from the 9th, highs to highs, there were these extension longs. Now we've blown through those targets, which are right here. So we're going up in extensions of extensions. Okay. All that gold strength, right? Silver strength, all this dollar weakness. If this keeps going up, like I said, dollar weakness. All right. If for some reason this would roll over and break and make a larger pullback, we'd go into dollar strength. But right now it's all dollar weakness. All right. Okay. What do we got? Look at that. New highs since we were just got on the call. Right. As long as crude oil stays weak, right? This dollar stays weak, and just keep grinding higher. All right. Pretty cool. So we can extend this now. Highs. Just keep making new highs. All right. So there we go. There we go. Very, very bullish. All right. Everything is bullish except for crude oil, which is really cool to say because it's basically been the opposite of that. All right. Any questions, anybody? Any questions, anyone? Everybody good? Okay. Remember, we got a bunch of Fed speakers this afternoon too. All right, shouldn't move us around too much, but if I could give you any advice as far as the indices going into the afternoon is just watch crude oil. All right, just watch crude oil. Now remember, crude oil's got a pit and it closes at 2:30 Eastern. Look, new lows on crude oil since we've been talking. New highs, new lows. Crude oil's got a pit that closes at 2:30 Eastern during the week, trading pit, like old days. So it should really slow down after 2:30, but we'll see. As long as that thing stays weak, the indices will stay strong. Okay? That's what I'd use as your leading indicator right now. All right. All right, everybody. If you got any questions, let me know. You guys are the best. I appreciate it. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, everyone.
Sounds good. Thanks, Aaron. All right, guys. We are going to wrap it up there for today's live trading. QQQ calls went off, by the way. Hot damn, baby! It's been a good trading day. I'm a happy camper. But we are going to be back. We're going to be back with a Power Hour show today. So if you've tuned in today, we're going to do a Power Hour show today. I may potentially look to trade some futures during Power Hour, and we're going to have the man, the myth, the legend, Duke. I forget his name, blanked me for a second. It's been a minute since I've had him on. Duke nuked him. We're going to do a little ticker Tinder, see if maybe we can find a little overnight swing trade to put on in these market conditions. So I know Duke's happy to be doing it actually at Power Hour, where he can maybe actually put on a trade and get a little more into it. He's come on in the past. It's been a little earlier than he likes to scan the market. So should be good. Come back. It'll be 3 o'clock Eastern. So we got about 2 hours and 15 minutes. We are going to just end this stream and start back up on a new one. But you know where to find us on YouTube. So we'll get the link posted on the Instagram stories as well. So Thank you guys for tuning in to this part of today's live stream. Like I said, we're back 3 p.m. Eastern with a little power hour trading and ticker Tinder. See if we can keep the momentum going and finish the day strong. All right, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Talk to you soon. Peace.